Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more Nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The rain arrived that October afternoon the way it always did in London, without announcement, without apology, simply settling over the city like a familiar grey shawl that the streets had been expecting all along. It drummed against the windows of 221B Baker Street with a gentle persistence, each droplet tapping out its own small Morse code against the glass, while the world beyond blurred into watercolour impressions of hansoms and hurrying figures and gaslights that glowed like amber promises through the gathering dusk. Inside, the sitting room held its own particular atmosphere, one that seemed to exist in defiance of the damp chill pressing against the walls. The fire in the grate crackled and whispered to itself, sending warm orange light dancing across the Persian slipper on the mantelpiece, across the scattered newspapers and the violin resting in its case, across the chemistry apparatus that cluttered one corner with the devoted chaos of ongoing experiments. The air carried the mingled scents of burning coal, old leather from the chairs, and the faint sharp tang of whatever chemical combination had most recently occupied Sherlock Holmes's restless attention. Holmes himself sat in his favourite armchair, positioned at an angle that allowed him to observe both the fire and the rain-streaked window with equal ease. His long fingers were steepled beneath his chin, and his grey eyes, those remarkable eyes that could shift from languid boredom to piercing intensity in the space of a heartbeat, were fixed on something near the door with an expression that suggested he'd found an unexpected puzzle in the midst of an otherwise unremarkable day. The object of his attention was unremarkable enough, at first glance: an umbrella. A gentleman's umbrella, to be precise, leaning against the wall beside the door with the casual air of something that had every right to be there, though neither Holmes nor Mrs. Hudson could recall anyone leaving it behind. It was a respectable umbrella, the sort that thousands of London gentlemen carried on thousands of London afternoons, black silk stretched over whalebone ribs with a curved handle of what appeared to be Malacca wood, worn smooth by countless hands. And yet, there was something about it that had caught Holmes's eye nearly an hour ago, when he'd noticed it standing there like an uninvited guest who'd wandered into the wrong party. Something that niggled at the edges of his considerable powers of observation, that whispered of a story waiting to be read in the umbrella's creases and wear patterns, and the particular angle at which it leaned against the wallpaper. Victorian London in 1890 was a city of such umbrellas, of course. The weather demanded them with democratic impartiality. Rain fell on Mayfair mansions and Whitechapel tenements alike, though the quality of one's umbrella often told the story of which world one inhabited. The streets in October were filled with black canopies bobbing along like a river of ravens, each one sheltering its owner from the perpetual dampness that seemed woven into the very fabric of the city's existence. The umbrella manufacturers of London, and there were many tucked into workshops in Clerkenwell and Shoreditch, understood their craft with the seriousness of artists. A good umbrella was not merely a functional object, but a statement of character, of social standing, of one's relationship with the world and its weather. The handle alone could speak volumes: ivory for the wealthy, bone for the aspirational middle classes, plain wood for those who measured their pennies carefully. The quality of the silk, the tightness of the stitching, the strength of the frame, these were the details that separated a gentleman's umbrella from a clerk's, a banker's from a shopkeeper's. Holmes had made a study of such things, as he made a study of everything that might someday prove useful in unravelling the tangled threads of human behaviour. He could date an umbrella's manufacture to within a year or two, identify its maker from the particular style of the ferrule, deduce its owner's height and habits from the wear patterns on the handle. It was the sort of knowledge that seemed trivial until the moment it became essential, which was precisely the moment Holmes lived for. The fire popped softly, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney. Outside, a hansom clattered past, its wheels hissing through the wet street, the driver's call to his horse muffled by the rain. Somewhere in the building a door closed with a distant thump, followed by the faint sound of Mrs. Hudson's footsteps descending to the lower floors, no doubt to attend to some domestic matter that would resolve itself with her usual quiet efficiency. Holmes shifted in his chair, uncrossing and recrossing his legs, his gaze never leaving the umbrella. There was something almost meditative about his focus, the way he seemed to be reading a text that only he could see, passing meanings from the umbrella's silent testimony. His mind worked in layers, in spirals, each observation leading to a deduction, each deduction opening new avenues of inquiry. It was both his gift and his curse, this inability to look at the world without dissecting it, without peeling back the surface to expose the machinery of cause and effect that drove the great engine of human action. The umbrella's handle, for instance. The Malacca wood showed wear, but not uniform wear, more pronounced on the right side, suggesting a right-handed owner who carried it regularly. But there was also a small groove, barely visible, where a thumb might rest, worn deeper than one would expect from normal use. A nervous habit, perhaps? Someone who gripped their umbrella tightly when anxious, who found comfort in the solid reality of wood beneath their fingers. And the silk. Quality material, certainly, but not the finest available, respectable without being ostentatious. The sort of umbrella a professional man might carry, a solicitor perhaps, or a doctor in a modest practice, someone who needed to maintain appearances without the means to be extravagant about it. There were 2 small patches where the silk had been expertly repaired, nearly invisible unless one knew what to look for. A man who took care of his possessions then, who couldn't afford to replace them at whim, or perhaps simply a man who valued thrift as a virtue in its own right. The ferrule at the tip showed scratches consistent with London pavements, but also a curious dent on one side, as if the umbrella had been used for something other than its intended purpose. To prop open a window, perhaps? To hook a low-hanging branch? The possibilities multiplied like reflections in facing mirrors, each one spawning new questions, new avenues of investigation. Holmes found himself smiling slightly. That thin, sharp smile that his acquaintances knew meant his mind had engaged with something that interested it. Here was a puzzle, small and domestic as it might be, presenting itself on an otherwise tedious afternoon. The rain continued its patient drumming, and the fire continued its quiet conversation with itself, and somewhere in the distance, Big Ben told the hour with the ponderous authority of empire and chronology. It was nearly 4 o'clock now, that peculiar time of day when afternoon hadn't quite surrendered to evening, but the light had already begun its slow retreat. The gaslight on Baker Street would be lit soon, adding their hazy glow to the general watercolour wash of the rainy street. Mrs. Hudson would bring tea presently, appearing with that uncanny timing that suggested she possessed her own methods of deduction, her own ways of knowing when the gentleman upstairs might appreciate refreshment. The door to 221B opened below with its familiar creak, a sound Holmes had never bothered to have repaired because it served as an excellent early warning system, followed by the heavy tread of boots on the 17 steps leading up to the sitting room. Holmes didn't turn his head. He knew those footsteps as well as he knew the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Dr. John Watson, returning from his rounds, or perhaps from his club, or from one of those mysterious errands that seemed to fill the lives of respectable married men who nonetheless maintained lodgings with their bachelor friends. Watson appeared, in the doorway a moment later, shaking rainwater from his coat with the resigned air of a man who'd long ago accepted that London weather was a fact of life rather than a problem to be solved. His moustache glistened with moisture, and his cheeks carried the healthy flush of someone who'd been walking through cold air. He was a solid, dependable presence, Watson, the sort of man who anchored a room simply by entering it, whose very steadiness seemed to calm the sometimes feverish energy that drove his friend's restless intellect. "Wretched afternoon," Watson announced, hanging his coat on the stand and running a hand through his damp hair. "The rain's set in properly now. I shouldn't be surprised if we're in for a wet week of it." "The umbrella," Holmes said, without preamble, gesturing toward the door with one long finger. "Watson, observe the umbrella." Watson paused in the act of settling into his own chair, glancing at the object in question with the patient expression of a man who'd learned long ago that his friend's mind moved in mysterious ways. "The umbrella? What of it?" "It doesn't belong here." "Well, obviously someone left it. Probably one of your clients. They'll return for it, no doubt." "But when?" Holmes leaned forward slightly, his eyes brightening with the peculiar intensity that meant he was about to embark on one of his demonstrations. And more importantly, Who? Mrs. Hudson insists she didn't see anyone come or go who might have left it. The door was closed all morning. Yet there it stands, Watson, as tangible and mysterious as any case that's ever crossed our threshold. Watson settled into his chair with a soft grunt, extending his legs toward the fire to dry. Perhaps Mrs. Hudson simply didn't notice. She's hardly standing guard at the door every moment. Mrs. Hudson, Holmes said with absolute certainty, notices everything that transpires in her establishment. If she says she didn't see anyone leave an umbrella, then the umbrella's arrival must have occurred during one of those brief windows when her attention was elsewhere, which tells us something about the person who left it. They were either remarkably stealthy or remarkably fortunate in their timing. The fire crackled its agreement, and the rain continued its soft percussion against the windows, and Watson found himself smiling despite himself. Here was Holmes at his most characteristic, finding profound mystery in the mundane, spinning elaborate theories from the simple fact of a forgotten umbrella. It was endearing in its way, this refusal to let even the smallest puzzle pass unexamined. "So," Watson said, settling more comfortably into his chair, "what do you deduce from our mysterious umbrella?" Holmes's smile widened fractionally. "Ah, Watson, now you're asking the right questions." The rain had settled into that peculiar London rhythm that suggested it had no intention of stopping any time soon. Not a downpour, not a drizzle, but something in between, a steady grey curtain that turned the world soft and blurred and introspective. The fire had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, each one pulsing with its own internal warmth, casting shifting shadows across the sitting room that seemed to breathe with the flickering light. Holmes rose from his chair with the fluid grace of a cat stretching after a long rest, crossing to where the umbrella stood in its innocent vigil by the door. He lifted it carefully, almost reverently, holding it at arm's length as if it were a specimen that might reveal its secrets through proper examination. The gaslight from the wall sconce caught the silk canopy, revealing the subtle variations in the fabric's weave, the tiny imperfections that spoke of manufacture and use and the passage of time. Watson watched with the particular brand of patience he'd cultivated over years of friendship with Holmes, a patience that was part genuine interest, part affectionate amusement, and part the comfortable silence of two men who'd shared enough adventures that the small mysteries of a rainy afternoon held their own peculiar charm. "The handle first," Holmes murmured, more to himself than to Watson, though he was always aware of his audience, always performing even in the midst of genuine investigation. His long fingers traced the curve of the Malacca wood, feeling the grain, the smoothness worn by countless grips. Malacca, as I said, from the Malay Peninsula, brought to England in the holds of merchant ships that smell of spices and distant rainforests. A respectable choice. Not cheap, but not extravagant. The sort of handle a professional man might choose. Someone who values quality but isn't trying to advertise wealth. He turned the umbrella slowly, examining the handle from every angle. The afternoon light, filtered through rain and clouds, gave everything in the room a soft underwater quality, as if they were sitting at the bottom of a very genteel aquarium where tea was served at 4 o'clock and mysteries arrived without warning. "Here," Holmes said, running his thumb along a particular spot on the handle. "Do you see it, Watson? This groove, worn deeper than the surrounding wood. Someone has held this umbrella many times, always in the same way, always with their thumb precisely here. A creature of habit, our umbrella's owner, someone who finds comfort in consistency, in the familiar placement of hands against wood." Watson leaned forward in his chair, squinting at the spot Holmes indicated. "I confess I wouldn't have noticed it. Most wouldn't. But it tells us something important about character. This isn't someone who casually grabs an umbrella on their way out the door. This is someone who holds it the same way every time, who's formed a relationship with this object over months, perhaps years. There's an intimacy to it, Watson. This umbrella isn't merely a tool for keeping dry, it's a companion." The observation hung in the air between them, oddly poignant in its way. Victorian London was a city of such objects, of possessions that became extensions of their owners' identities. A man's walking stick, his pipe, his umbrella. These weren't mere things but statements of self, carefully chosen and carefully maintained, silent witnesses to all the small dramas of daily life. Holmes moved his attention to the silk canopy, spreading it open with a soft whisper of fabric against the frame. The umbrella opened like a black flower, casting a shadow across the Turkish carpet that seemed almost alive in the firelight. The ribs were whalebone, flexible and strong, arranged in the traditional 8-panel configuration that had been the standard of umbrella construction for decades. Each panel of silk was stitched with careful precision, the seams nearly invisible unless one knew where to look. "The maker's mark," Holmes said, peering at the small brass ferrule where the ribs met at the top. J. Smith & Sons, Clerkenwell, a solid firm established in 1847. They make reliable umbrellas for the middle classes. Doctors, solicitors, bank clerks, respectable tradesmen. Nothing flashy, nothing cheap. Their umbrellas are built to last, which tells us something about our owner's priorities. Watson settled back in his chair, his medical mind unconsciously cataloguing details the way Holmes catalogued clues. The room had grown darker as they talked, the October afternoon surrendering to evening with that apologetic haste peculiar to autumn in England. Mrs. Hudson would arrive soon with tea and perhaps some of her excellent seed cake, appearing as if summoned by some domestic magic that Holmes had never quite managed to deduce. "Now the repairs," Holmes continued, turning the umbrella to catch the light. "Here and here, do you see? The silk has been patched. Expert work, nearly invisible. The sort of repair that takes time and skill. Our owner didn't take this to just any repair shop. They took it somewhere that values craftsmanship, that understands that a good umbrella deserves proper attention." He ran his fingers along the seams, feeling for any other irregularities. The silk was slightly faded in places, the deep black having mellowed to a softer shade that spoke of exposure to sun and rain, and the general weathering that came from faithful service. There was something almost noble about it, this umbrella that had been repaired rather than replaced, cared for rather than discarded. "The ferrule at the bottom," Holmes said, crouching down to examine the metal tip more closely, "scratched, as one would expect from contact with London's pavements. But look here, Watson, this dent, it's on the side, not the bottom. What does that suggest to you?" Watson rose from his chair and joined Holmes, bending to peer at the dent in question. His knee protested slightly, the old wound from Afghanistan that still troubled him on damp days, a permanent souvenir from his military service that connected him forever to distant mountains and younger men and all the complicated glory of the Empire. "It's been knocked against something," Watson offered. "A door frame, perhaps, or a wall." "Possibly, but notice the angle. It's consistent with the umbrella being used as a prop, as a support. Someone leaning on it, perhaps, using it to steady themselves, which suggests either someone elderly, or someone with an injury, or simply someone prone to moments of physical uncertainty." Holmes straightened, holding the umbrella upright again, his eyes distant with thought. The rain had intensified slightly, drumming harder against the windows, and somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled the half-hour with bronze solemnity. London in the rain had its own particular music, the hiss of wheels through wet streets, the patter of drops on stone and glass, the muffled calls of vendors and cabbies, all blended into a symphony that every Londoner knew by heart. "The weight of it," Holmes mused, hefting the umbrella slightly. "Well-balanced, quality construction. The ribs are still firm, no signs of breaking or bending. This umbrella has been well cared for, regularly maintained. Our owner isn't someone who neglects their possessions." He began to pace, umbrella still in hand, moving with that restless energy that always animated him when his mind was engaged with a puzzle. Watson had seen this countless times. Holmes in motion, his tall frame moving through the sitting room like a caged panther, all coiled intelligence and barely contained intensity. It was during these moments that Watson most clearly saw the essential difference between them. Watson was content to observe and analyse. Holmes needed to move, to act, to physically embody the mental processes churning beneath that high, pale forehead. "Let us construct a portrait," Holmes said, stopping near the window to watch the rain-blurred street below. "A man? The umbrella's size and wear pattern suggest a man rather than a woman. Middle-aged, I should say, from the way the handle has been gripped. Young hands are careless, old hands are uncertain. This handle shows the wear of consistent, confident use, but also care. Someone in the prime of life, then, or approaching it." Watson listened, fascinated despite himself. This was Holmes at his best, spinning stories from physical evidence, building elaborate structures of deduction on foundations of observation that most people wouldn't even notice existed. "Professional class," Holmes continued, turning from the window. The quality of the umbrella tells us that much. Not wealthy, but comfortable. Someone who must maintain appearances but can't afford extravagance. A solicitor, perhaps, in a modest practice. Or a schoolmaster at a respectable institution. Someone whose position requires a certain standard of dress and demeanour. He set the umbrella back against the wall, stepping back to regard it with narrowed eyes. The repairs suggest thrift, or perhaps sentimentality. This umbrella means something to its owner beyond mere utility. Perhaps it was a gift. Perhaps it marks some significant moment or transition in their life. People don't repair umbrellas unless they matter, Watson. They simply buy new ones. The fire shifted in the grate, settling into a new configuration of coals and ash. The room had grown distinctly darker now, the corners filling with shadows that seemed to listen to Holmes's deductions with quiet attention. Victorian London in October was a city of early darkness, of long evenings spent indoors, of gaslight and fireside and the comforting rituals of tea and conversation. "And yet," Holmes said, a note of puzzlement entering his voice, "there's something that doesn't quite fit. The umbrella is here, abandoned at our door. Why? If its owner values it so highly, why leave it behind? Why not return it immediately?" Watson returned to his chair, settling into its comfortable embrace. Perhaps they haven't realised yet that it's missing, or perhaps they were in a hurry. Perhaps, Holmes agreed, but his tone suggested he found neither explanation satisfactory. But Mrs. Hudson heard no knock, no ring of the bell. The umbrella simply appeared, like a gift from the fog itself. Someone came to our door, Watson, stood there long enough to leave an umbrella behind, but not long enough to actually announce their presence. What sort of visitor behaves in such a manner? It was, Watson had to admit, a peculiar circumstance. Baker Street wasn't the sort of place where umbrellas materialised out of thin air. People came to 221B with purpose. Clients seeking Holmes's help, policemen requesting his consultation, the occasional tradesman delivering parcels. They knocked, they announced themselves, they engaged with the world in the usual ways that people did. A shy visitor, Watson suggested. Someone who lost their nerve. Possibly. But what would make someone nervous about visiting us? We're hardly intimidating figures. Holmes paused, then smiled slightly. "Well, I'm not, at any rate." Watson chuckled despite himself. "You're absolutely terrifying, Holmes, and you know it. That brain of yours has reduced more than one person to stammering confusion. Nonsense. I'm perfectly pleasant. You're perfectly peculiar, which is not at all the same thing." The exchange was comfortable, familiar, the sort of gentle sparring that marked years of friendship and mutual understanding. Outside, the rain continued its patient work of washing London clean, or at least cleaner than it had been that morning. The streets would be slick and dark, reflecting the gaslight in long streaks of gold and amber, and the fog would be rising from the Thames, creeping through the narrow lanes and broad avenues with equal disregard for geography or social standing. Holmes moved to the mantelpiece, taking down his pipe and beginning the ritual of filling it with tobacco from the Persian slipper. The sharp, pleasant scent of the tobacco began to mingle with the coal smoke and the general atmosphere of the room, adding another layer to the complex perfume of 221B Baker Street. "The mystery remains," Holmes said, striking a match and applying it to the pipe's bowl. "An umbrella without an owner, an arrival without an announcement. A puzzle, Watson, presenting itself on an otherwise unremarkable Thursday afternoon. What will you do about it?" Holmes puffed on his pipe, sending small clouds of smoke toward the ceiling. "Wait, I suppose. The owner will return it eventually. They must. Unless—" He trailed off, his eyes growing distant again. "Unless what? Unless there's more to this than a simple forgotten umbrella. Unless our mysterious visitor left it deliberately as a message of some sort. Or unless—" He smiled suddenly, that sharp, delighted smile that meant his mind had found a particularly interesting path to explore. "Unless we're about to have company." As if summoned by Holmes's words, footsteps sounded on the stairs, not Mrs. Hudson's familiar tread, but something heavier, more official. Watson and Holmes exchanged glances, and Holmes's smile widened. "Inspector Lestrade," Holmes said with certainty, "right on time." The footsteps on the stairs had that particular cadence that spoke of Scotland Yard, purposeful without being hurried, official without being pompous, the steady tread of a man who'd climbed these 17 steps often enough to know exactly which ones creaked and how to avoid them if he wished to arrive unannounced. Inspector Lestrade, however, had never been one for stealth when a straightforward entrance would do, and so he announced his arrival with a firm knock on the door that was more courtesy than necessity, given that both Holmes and Watson were already watching the doorway with expectant expressions. "Come in, Lestrade," Holmes called, settling back into his chair with the satisfied air of a man who'd successfully predicted the immediate future. "You're drenched, I see. Mrs. Hudson will have your head if you drip on the carpet." The door opened to reveal Inspector G. Lestrade of Scotland Yard, looking every bit as wet as Holmes had suggested. Rain glistened on the shoulders of his dark coat, dripped from the brim of his bowler hat, and had turned his usually neat appearance into something rather more bedraggled. He was a small, wiry man with sharp, intelligent eyes that missed very little, despite his occasional tendency to miss the larger patterns that Holmes saw so effortlessly. His face, weathered by years of London streets and London criminals, carried an expression of patient resignation that suggested he'd long ago accepted that visiting Baker Street meant enduring Holmes's commentary on his appearance. "Afternoon, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Lestrade said, removing his hat and shaking it carefully, though not carefully enough to prevent a few drops from spattering onto the Turkish carpet. "Beastly weather. The Thames is rising and half the streets in Suffolk are ankle-deep in muck. Makes police work considerably more difficult when you're trying to track a man and every footprint's washed away before you can examine it." He moved into the room, bringing with him the scent of wet wool and London rain, that particular combination of coal smoke and river damp, and the 1,000 other smells that made up the city's complex perfume. His eyes, as always, made a quick circuit of the room, a professional habit cataloguing changes, noting details, the way a good policeman learned to do if he wanted to survive long enough to collect his pension. "There's a chair by the fire," Watson offered, gesturing hospitably. "Best dry yourself before you catch your death. This rain's the sort that soaks through to the bone." "Grateful, Doctor," Lestrade said, making his way to the indicated chair and settling into it with a small grunt of relief. He extended his hands toward the fire, flexing his fingers as warmth began to chase away the chill. "I wasn't planning to call, actually, but I was passing by on other business and thought I might as well stop in. Haven't seen you gentlemen in a few weeks." "Since the Worthington affair," Holmes said, puffing on his pipe. "Which concluded quite satisfactorily, if I recall, once you were persuaded to arrest the nephew rather than the butler." "Yes, well," Lestrade said, with the air of a man who'd heard this particular reminder before. "Can't always trust intuition over evidence, Mr. Holmes, though I'll grant you a gift for seeing what the rest of us miss. It was an old dance between them, this mixture of professional respect and mild rivalry, the official police force and the consulting detectives circling each other like two planets, in complementary orbits. Lestrade was a good policeman, Holmes had said so many times, usually with the caveat that being a good policeman and being a good detective weren't always the same thing. But there was genuine warmth between them, the sort that came from shared purpose and mutual respect, even if they approached their work from different angles. Watson rose to fetch another cup, knowing that Mrs. Hudson would arrive with fresh tea presently. She had an uncanny ability to sense when visitors had arrived, as if the house itself whispered secrets to her through the floorboards and walls. The room had grown quite cosy now, with 3 men arrayed around the fire, the rain drumming its accompaniment outside, and the particular atmosphere of fellowship that came from shared shelter on a miserable afternoon. Lestrade's gaze drifted around the room as he warmed himself, taking in the familiar disorder that characterized Holmes's living quarters, the chemical apparatus, the scattered papers, the violin case, the Persian slipper stuffed with tobacco. It was on one of these visual circuits that his eyes caught on the umbrella standing by the door, and something in his expression shifted, sharpened, the way a hunting dog's attention might sharpen at an unexpected scent. "Hello?" Lestrade said, leaning forward slightly. "That's an interesting item. Not yours, is it, Mr. Holmes? I've never known you to carry an umbrella. You seem to regard rain as a personal insult that's beneath your notice." Holmes smiled thinly. "Very observant, Inspector. No, it's not mine, nor Watson's, unless he's developed new habits without informing me." "Certainly not mine," Watson confirmed, returning to his chair. "I left my umbrella at the club yesterday and haven't had a chance to retrieve it. Been cursing myself for it all day, given the weather." Lestrade stood, moving closer to examine the umbrella with the instinctive curiosity of a man trained to notice anomalies. "So whose is it then? A client's?" "That," Holmes said with evident satisfaction, "is precisely what we've been attempting to determine. It appeared at our door sometime this morning, left behind by a visitor who never actually announced their presence. Mrs. Hudson didn't see anyone come or go, and yet there it stands, as mysterious as any case that's crossed my threshold. The inspector's eyebrows rose slightly, a small gesture, but one that conveyed considerable scepticism. An abandoned umbrella is hardly a case, Mr. Holmes. Someone probably meant to knock, got distracted, and wandered off forgetting they'd set it down. They'll be back for it once they realise. That was my assessment as well, Watson said, shooting Holmes a look that was part commiseration, part amusement. Holmes, however, has elevated it to a matter of scientific inquiry. As well I should, Holmes retorted, gesturing with his pipe. Every object tells a story, Inspector. Every seemingly mundane item carries the traces of its owner's life and habits. This umbrella is no exception. In fact, I've already deduced quite a bit about its owner. Lestrade's expression shifted into something that might have been interesting, or might have been the police equivalent of humouring a brilliant but eccentric consultant. Have you now? And what have you determined, Mr. Holmes? Holmes rose from his chair, that restless energy animating him again, and retrieved the umbrella. He held it up like a barrister presenting evidence to a jury. Middle-aged professional man, respectable but not wealthy, right-handed, someone who values thrift, or possibly has sentimental attachment to possessions, likely suffers from occasional physical uncertainty, perhaps an old injury, or the early stages of some chronic condition that affects his balance. Lestrade accepted the umbrella when Holmes offered it, turning it over in his hands with the careful attention he might give to evidence at a crime scene. The fire crackled behind them, and the rain continued its steady percussion, and Watson watched with the pleasure of a man who'd seen this dynamic play out many times before. Holmes presenting his brilliant deductions, Lestrade examining them with the practical scepticism of a working policeman. The handle's worn, Lestrade observed. I'll grant you that suggests regular use, and Malacca wood, respectable choice, but middle-aged, how do you get that from an umbrella? The way the handle is gripped, Holmes explained, moving to stand beside Lestrade. See this groove? It's worn in a very specific pattern. Young men grip umbrellas carelessly, without consistent placement. Old men's grips are uncertain, shifting. This shows the wear of someone in the prime of life, someone whose habits are fixed but whose body is still reliable. Middle-aged, Inspector, 35 to 50, I should estimate. Lestrade squinted at the groove in question. Or it could just be a manufacturing defect that's worn smooth. Possible, Holmes conceded with a slight smile that suggested he thought it anything but. However, consider also the repairs to the silk. 2 patches, expertly done. Why repair an umbrella unless you've reached an age where you value the things you've accumulated? Youth is careless with possessions. Maturity learns their worth. The inspector examined the patches, running his finger along the nearly invisible seams. His face held that expression of concentrated thought that good policemen developed. The look of a man sifting through possibilities, weighing evidence against experience. Scotland Yard might not have Holmes's brilliance, but it had something equally valuable. The accumulated wisdom of hundreds of officers who dealt with crime and criminals every day, who understood the rhythms of the city in ways that no amount of deduction could fully capture. I'll grant the umbrella's been cared for, Lestrade said slowly, but I'm not sure I'd go as far as your deductions, Mr. Holmes. Seems to me you're building a rather elaborate structure on a fairly thin foundation. Ah, but that's where observation differs from speculation, Inspector. I'm not guessing. I'm reading the evidence the umbrella provides. Consider the rules. Holmes pointed to the metal tip, that dent on the side, consistent with the umbrella being used as a support, a walking aid. What does that suggest about the owner's physical condition? Lestrade peered at the dent, his brow furrowing. Could be anything. Could have gotten dented in a dozen different ways. Could have, Holmes agreed. But likely didn't. The pattern of wear suggests repeated use in the same manner. This isn't accidental damage. It's functional wear from being employed as something other than a rain shield. Watson, watching this exchange with the comfortable pleasure of a man witnessing a familiar performance, found himself considering the umbrella with fresh eyes. Holmes's gift, his curse perhaps, was this ability to see stories where others saw only objects, to read human lives in the physical traces they left behind. It was both remarkable and slightly melancholy, this constant awareness of all the small, dramas playing out in the wear patterns of an umbrella, the scuff marks on shoes, the calluses on hands. So we have a middle-aged professional with an old injury, Lestrade summarised, handing the umbrella back to Holmes. Respectable but not rich, sentimental about possessions and apparently too shy to knock on your door. That's quite a portrait from a bit of wood and silk. It's a beginning, Holmes said, setting the umbrella back in its place. The foundation of an investigation. Every case starts with observation, Inspector. You know that as well as anyone. True enough, Lestrade admitted, though most of my cases involve actual crimes rather than abandoned umbrellas. Are you suggesting this umbrella's presence isn't a crime? Holmes asked with mock severity. It's certainly an intrusion, possibly trespassing. At the very least, it's loitering with intent to puzzle. Watson laughed at that, and even Lestrade cracked a smile. The room felt warm and companionable now. 3 men gathered around a fire on a rainy afternoon, engaged in the sort of intellectual play that made the grey weather outside seem less oppressive. There was something deeply English about it, this ability to find entertainment in small mysteries, to build elaborate theories around ordinary objects, to turn a forgotten umbrella into an occasion for deduction and debate. I have a theory of my own, Lestrade said, settling back into his chair as footsteps sounded on the stairs. Mrs. Hudson, arriving with impeccable timing. If you'll permit me. By all means, Holmes said, gesturing magnanimously. Let us hear Scotland Yard's official position on the mysterious umbrella. Lestrade's eyes glinted with something that might have been humour or might have been professional pride. I think your visitor was a creditor, someone who's owed money and came to collect but lost his nerve when he actually reached your door. The umbrella isn't middle-age sentiment, it's middle-class desperation. A man who can't afford to replace things because he's struggling financially, possibly because his debtors won't pay him. He came here hoping to find the courage to knock, couldn't manage it, and slunk away, forgetting his umbrella in his distraction. Holmes's eyebrows rose appreciably. That's not bad, Inspector. Not bad at all. A credible theory, grounded in the reality of human behaviour rather than pure deduction. I deal with human behaviour every day, Mr. Holmes, Lestrade said with quiet satisfaction. Sometimes that's worth more than cleverness. Mrs. Hudson entered then, bearing a tea tray laden with cups, a fresh pot, and slices of her excellent seed cake. She took in the scene with a single comprehensive glance. 3 men arrayed around the fire, the umbrella still standing by the door, the atmosphere of comfortable intellectual combat that often characterised gatherings at 221B. Gentlemen, she said, setting the tray down on the table. I see you've acquired another visitor, Mr. Holmes. The place is becoming quite crowded. Just Inspector Lestrade, Holmes said, and the mysterious umbrella, which continues to guard its secrets. That old thing, Mrs. Hudson said, glancing at the umbrella with an expression that suggested she knew something the 3 brilliant men hadn't yet discovered. Still puzzled over it, are you? You know something, Holmes said instantly, his attention sharpening. Mrs. Hudson, if you've been withholding information, I've been withholding nothing, she said with dignity, beginning to pour tea. You didn't ask me about the umbrella. You asked if I'd seen anyone leave it. Different questions entirely. The 3 men exchanged glances, and Watson found himself smiling. Here was the mystery's first crack, presenting itself not through brilliant deduction or police work, but through the simple expedient of asking the right question of the person who actually ran the household. Mrs. Hudson, Holmes said with exaggerated patience, would you be so kind as to share what you know about the umbrella? But Mrs. Hudson, proving that she had her own sense of dramatic timing, simply smiled and finished pouring the tea. All in good time, Mr. Holmes. Drink your tea first. The story will continue. The tea sat in its cups, steaming gently, the delicate china catching the firelight in ways that suggested the porcelain itself was luminous, as if Mrs. Hudson's teapot contained not merely Darjeeling but some essence of warmth and civilization that could push back against the grey dampness pressing at the windows. The seed cake, sliced with geometric precision, released the faint aroma of caraway and sugar, that particularly Victorian combination that seemed to exist nowhere else in the world with quite the same authority. Holmes regarded Mrs. Hudson with an expression that mingled exasperation and genuine fondness, the look of a man who'd learned over years that his landlady operated according to her own mysterious timetable, one that no amount of detective genius could hurry or predict. She moved about the room with her usual quiet efficiency, arranging cups and saucers, ensuring that Lestrade's chair was positioned optimally for both warmth and conversation, all while maintaining that air of knowing something important that she'd reveal precisely when she judged the moment appropriate. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes tried again, accepting his tea with a nod of thanks. "Surely you can appreciate that we've been puzzling over this umbrella for the better part of 2 hours. Any information you might possess would be most welcome." "I'm sure it would," Mrs. Hudson replied, settling into the chair Watson had vacated for her, a gesture of old-fashioned courtesy that still held currency in these rooms, where manners and murder investigations coexisted with equal importance. "But it seems to me that you gentlemen were enjoying your deductions well enough. I shouldn't want to spoil your entertainment." Lestrade chuckled into his teacup. "She's got you there, Mr. Holmes. How often have you told me that the journey of investigation is more valuable than the destination?" "I say a great many things," Holmes muttered, "few of which should be used against me by my own landlady." The room had settled into that particular quality of comfort that came from shelter on a rainy afternoon, from hot tea and good company, and the sense of being insulated, however temporarily, from the great churning machinery of London outside. The fire had been stoked by Mrs. Hudson during her tea preparations, and now it burned with renewed vigour, sending shadows dancing across the walls where they played out their own silent dramas alongside the human conversations. Watson reclaimed his seat, balancing his cup and saucer with the practised ease of a man who'd taken tea in considerably less stable circumstances. Tents in Afghanistan, field hospitals where the ground shook with artillery, the makeshift quarters of army life where civilization was maintained through sheer determination and a properly brewed pot of Earl Grey. Baker Street's sitting room, by comparison, was a haven of stability and order, even when that order included mysterious umbrellas and Holmes's chemical experiments. "Before Mrs. Hudson enlightens us," Lestrade said, taking a bite of seed cake with evident appreciation, "perhaps we should hear what Dr. Watson thinks. We've had Mr. Holmes's deductions and my own theory. It seems only fair that the good doctor should weigh in." Watson looked up from his tea, slightly startled to find himself the subject of attention. "Oh, I'm hardly qualified to deduce anything from an umbrella. That's Holmes's department." "Nonsense," Holmes said, waving his pipe dismissively. "You've accompanied me on enough cases to have absorbed something of the method. What do you make of our mysterious visitor, Watson? Apply that medical mind of yours to the problem." Watson set down his cup, regarding the umbrella with the same careful attention he might give to a patient presenting with ambiguous symptoms. It was true that years with Holmes had sharpened his observational skills, had taught him to look beyond the obvious and consider the patterns that lay beneath surface appearances. He might never possess Holmes's brilliant intuitive leaps, but he'd learned to think methodically, to consider evidence carefully, to build conclusions on solid foundations rather than spectacular guesses. "Well," Watson began slowly, warming to the task, "I'd agree with Holmes about the age. The wear patterns do suggest someone past youth but not yet elderly, and the repairs indicate care, certainly. But I wonder if we're not overthinking this. Perhaps it's simply a nervous client who came seeking help with some problem but couldn't work up the courage to actually consult with you, Holmes. You do have rather a fearsome reputation." "I do not," Holmes protested. "You absolutely do, Watson," and Lestrade said simultaneously, then glanced at each other and smiled. "You've made grown men weep with your deductions," Watson continued. "I've seen police inspectors, no offence, Lestrade, turn pale when you've explained their mistakes. You have a gift for making people feel that their innermost secrets are written on their foreheads in letters 3 feet high. It's no wonder someone might lose their nerve." Holmes looked genuinely surprised by this assessment, as if the idea that his remarkable abilities might be intimidating had never occurred to him. It was one of his few blind spots, this inability to fully comprehend how others perceived him. To Holmes, he was simply observing, deducing, following logic where it led. That others found this process unsettling was, in his view, their problem rather than his. A nervous client, Lestrade mused, rolling the idea around like a wine taster considering a vintage. That fits with the umbrella being left behind. Distraction, anxiety, the sort of mental state where you forget what you're holding. And it explains why they didn't knock, came to the door, couldn't go through with it, wandered off in a state of confusion. But what sort of problem would drive someone to seek Holmes's help while simultaneously making them too nervous to actually ask for it? Watson wondered aloud. That suggests something serious, something weighing heavily on their mind. The three men fell into a contemplative silence, each turning over possibilities, building scenarios in their minds. Mrs. Hudson sipped her tea with the serene expression of someone watching a play whose ending she already knew, waiting patiently for the actors to reach the inevitable conclusion of their performance. It was into this thoughtful quiet that a new sound intruded. Footsteps on the stairs once more, but these were different from Lestrade's official tread. These were heavier, more deliberate, accompanied by the distinct tap of a walking stick against each riser. The rhythm was measured, unhurried, the pace of someone who moved through the world with absolute confidence in their right to occupy space and time. Holmes's head snapped up, his expression transforming from mild puzzlement to something approaching alarm. "No," he said quietly, "surely not." "What?" Watson asked, setting down his cup. "Who is it?" "My brother," Holmes said, with the resignation of a man facing an inevitable but unwelcome fate. "Mycroft." The name hung in the air like a portent. Watson had met Mycroft Holmes only a handful of times, but each encounter had left an indelible impression. Mycroft was, if anything, even more brilliant than his younger brother, possessed of the same remarkable deductive abilities, but coupled with a mind that could hold and process information on a scale that even Sherlock found impressive. Where Sherlock specialised in individuals and specific cases, Mycroft dealt in governments and policies in the vast interconnected web of empire and international relations. He was, in his peculiar way, one of the most powerful men in Britain, though his name appeared in no official capacity, and his office was located in an unmarked building where decisions that shaped the world were made over tea and carefully worded memoranda. "Mycroft?" Lestrade said, straightening in his chair. "I've heard the name, but never had the pleasure of meeting him." "Pleasure is debatable," Holmes muttered, rising from his chair to await his brother's arrival. "Mycroft never leaves his usual route between his lodgings, the Diogenes Club, and Whitehall. If he's here, it's because something has disrupted his routine, which means something significant has occurred." The footsteps reached the landing, and there was a brief pause, Mycroft catching his breath, perhaps, or simply preparing himself for the interaction ahead. Then came a knock, firm and authoritative, the knock of someone who expected to be admitted. "Come in, brother," Holmes called, and the door opened to reveal a figure who was both similar to and fundamentally different from the consulting detective. Mycroft Holmes was a large man, not fat precisely, but substantial, built on a grander scale than his leaner younger brother. Where Sherlock was all sharp angles and restless energy, Mycroft possessed a certain stolid immobility, as if he'd long ago calculated the precise minimum of movement required to navigate life, and refused to expend energy beyond that threshold. His face was rounder, more placid, but the eyes, those were unmistakably Holmes' eyes, grey and penetrating and capable of the same unsettling intensity that made Sherlock such a formidable observer of human nature. He wore an impeccable dark suit, carried a substantial walking stick with a silver handle, and regarded the assembled company with an expression that suggested he'd already catalogued every detail of the scene and filed it away for future reference. "Sherlock," Mycroft said with a slight nod. "Dr. Watson, and Inspector Lestrade, if I'm not mistaken. Quite a gathering. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." "Not at all," Holmes said, though his tone suggested otherwise. "To what do I owe the extraordinary honour of a visit from my illustrious brother? Has the government collapsed? Is the empire crumbling? Has someone finally realised that the Diogenes Club's wine cellar is a front for international espionage?" "Nothing so dramatic," Mycroft replied, moving into the room with the careful deliberation of a ship entering harbour. "Though I note you've had the good sense to maintain a fire. This weather is abominable. Mrs. Hudson, how delightful to see you. Is that your excellent seed cake?" "It is, Mr. Mycroft," Mrs. Hudson said, rising to greet him properly. "I'll fetch another cup. I assume you'll be staying for tea?" "If it's not too much trouble," Mycroft said, settling his substantial frame into the chair Mrs. Hudson had vacated. The chair creaked, slightly but held, and Mycroft arranged himself with the precision of someone who'd long ago mastered the art of occupying space efficiently. "I was passing by on Pall Mall business, and thought I might look in on my wayward sibling." "Passing by?" Holmes repeated sceptically. "You never pass by anywhere. You follow routes as fixed as railway lines. What's really brought you here, Mycroft?" The two brothers regarded each other with that peculiar mixture of affection and rivalry that characterised their relationship. They were, Watson had observed, fundamentally similar creatures who'd chosen wildly different paths. Sherlock pursuing individual truth through detective work, Mycroft pursuing larger patterns through government service. Each thought the other slightly mad for their choice, and each was secretly, grudgingly proud of what the other had accomplished. "I heard rumours," Mycroft said, accepting the fresh cup of tea that Mrs. Hudson provided with remarkable speed. "Rumours of my brother obsessing over an umbrella. Naturally, I had to investigate. The idea of Sherlock Holmes devoting his considerable intellect to a forgotten brolly was too delicious to ignore." Lestrade coughed into his tea, and Watson felt himself suppressing a smile. Holmes's expression darkened slightly. "It's not merely an umbrella," Holmes said with dignity. "It's a puzzle, an anomaly. Someone left it at our door without announcing themselves, and I've been attempting to deduce the identity of its owner." "Have you indeed?" Mycroft's eyes drifted to the umbrella in question, and for a moment his expression became distant, calculating, the same look Sherlock got when processing information at high speed. "May I?" Holmes gestured permission with his pipe, and Mycroft heaved himself out of the chair with audible effort, crossing to examine the umbrella. He lifted it with surprising delicacy for a man of his size, turning it over in his hands with the same careful attention Sherlock had shown earlier. The resemblance between the brothers was never more apparent than in these moments of shared focus, when the family genius manifested itself in parallel examinations of the same object. "J. Smith and Sons, Clerkenwell," Mycroft murmured. "Respectable manufacturer, Malacca handle, quality silk, expertly repaired. Middle-aged owner, professional class, right-handed, possibly dealing with an old injury that affects mobility." He glanced at his brother. "I assume you've already reached these conclusions?" "Naturally," Holmes said. "And what did you conclude about the owner's occupation?" Mycroft asked, still examining the umbrella. "I had narrowed it to solicitor, schoolmaster, or perhaps a clerk in some respectable firm, someone who must maintain appearances without the means for extravagance." "Close," Mycroft said, running his fingers along the handle. "But look here. See these tiny indentations? They're consistent with someone who spends considerable time writing, but not at a desk. Rather writing while standing or walking. A vicar, perhaps, composing sermons, or a schoolmaster who paces while lecturing. But given the umbrella's overall presentation, I'd lean toward clergy. A curate, probably, or a young rector in a modest parish." Holmes moved closer, examining the indentations his brother had indicated. "How do you distinguish between schoolmaster and clergyman from a few marks on wood?" "The pattern," Mycroft explained patiently. "A schoolmaster grips chalk or pen in the same hand that holds the umbrella when walking between lessons. The wear would be different, more concentrated on the fingers. This suggests someone who uses the umbrella as a thinking aid while composing text in their head. Clergy do that. Pace while preparing sermons, umbrella in hand during outdoor contemplation. It's a distinctive pattern once you know what to look for." "Brilliant," Lestrade breathed, and Watson found himself nodding in agreement. To watch the Holmes brothers at work was to witness something extraordinary, like watching two master musicians improvise a duet, each building on the other's contributions while maintaining their own distinctive style. "So we have a nervous clergyman," Watson summarised. "Young, or at least youngish. Someone who came seeking help or advice but couldn't bring themselves to actually knock on the door. The question remains, why?" "Perhaps," Mycroft said, returning the umbrella to its place and settling back into his chair with evident relief. He was afraid of what he might learn. Clergy deal in certainties, in faith. Sherlock deals in evidence and sometimes uncomfortable truths. The two don't always coexist peacefully. "Are you suggesting I frighten clergymen?" Holmes asked. "I'm suggesting you frighten everyone, brother dear. It's one of your more consistent achievements." The room fell into another contemplative silence, broken only by the rain's steady drumming and the fire's occasional pop and crackle. 4 brilliant minds, 5, if one counted Mrs. Hudson, who Watson suspected was considerably sharper than she generally let on, all focused on the puzzle of an abandoned umbrella and its missing owner. "The thing I find curious," Mycroft said slowly, staring into his teacup as if it might contain answers, "is the timing. Why today? Why come to Baker Street on a Thursday afternoon in October? What precipitated the visit? Crises don't announce themselves according to calendar convenience." "Something happened recently," Holmes agreed. "Something that made our nervous clergyman decide he needed help, despite his reluctance to actually ask for it. But what?" A scandal in the parish, Watson suggested. Missing funds? Some moral dilemma that required outside consultation? Or perhaps, Lestrade offered, someone in his congregation is involved in something criminal, and our vicar doesn't know whether to protect his flock or serve justice. They were building the story together, now each adding pieces, constructing a narrative around the phantom owner of the umbrella. It was, Watson reflected, rather like a séance, this summoning of a person from the evidence they'd left behind. Except instead of spirits and mysticism, they were using observation and logic, building a ghost from wear patterns and wood grain and the 1,000 tiny details that objects accumulated through proximity to human lives. Mrs. Hudson, who had been listening to all of this with her usual air of patient amusement, finally set down her teacup with a soft clink that somehow commanded attention. "Gentlemen," she said quietly, "you're all very clever, and I'm sure your deductions are fascinating. But perhaps I should tell you about Mr. Pemberton before you construct an entire Gothic novel around his umbrella." 4 pairs of eyes turned to her immediately. "Mr. Pemberton," Holmes said. "Who is Mr. Pemberton?" Mrs. Hudson smiled gently. "The gentleman who lives in the rooms above yours, Mr. Holmes. The one who left his umbrella by your door yesterday afternoon when he came to call but lost his nerve and fled before actually knocking." The silence that followed was profound. The silence that settled over the sitting room had a quality almost physical, as if the very air had thickened with collective astonishment. Even the fire seemed to pause in its crackling, and the rains drumming against the windows receded into background texture, leaving Mrs. Hudson's words hanging in the space between them like smoke from Holmes's pipe, visible and undeniable, and thoroughly disrupting all the elaborate theories that had been constructed over the past 2 hours. Holmes was the first to recover, though his expression suggested a man who'd just been informed that gravity might, under certain circumstances, reverse itself. "Mr. Pemberton," he said slowly, as if testing the name's weight and finding it unexpectedly substantial. "The lodger from upstairs. The gentleman who's resided in this building for— How long, Mrs. Hudson?" 3 months, Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson replied, settling back into her chair with the serene satisfaction of someone who'd just delivered the punchline to a particularly good joke. "He took the rooms in July. Quiet gentleman, keeps to himself, pays his rent promptly on the 1st of each month." Watson found himself suppressing a laugh, not at Holmes precisely, but at the situation's absurdity. Here they'd been, 4 supposedly brilliant minds constructing elaborate portraits of mysterious strangers, weaving stories of nervous clergy and parish scandals, when the answer had been literally overhead the entire time, separated from them by a mere ceiling and Mrs. Hudson's discretion. 3 months, Holmes repeated, his tone suggesting he was reassessing several fundamental assumptions about the universe. "I've been living beneath Mr. Pemberton for 3 months and never once encountered him. He's very retiring," Mrs. Hudson said, "uses the back entrance mostly, comes and goes at odd hours. I don't think you've crossed paths more than once or twice, and then only in passing." Mycroft, who'd been watching this exchange with evident amusement, took a leisurely sip of his tea before speaking. "This is delightful, Sherlock. You've been deducing the identity of your own upstairs neighbour. One might argue that's a failure of basic observational skills." "One might argue," Holmes said tightly, "that my attention is generally focused on matters of greater significance than the comings and goings of fellow lodgers." "Greater significance than the people who share your building?" Mycroft raised an eyebrow. "That seems rather short-sighted, even for you. One never knows when a neighbour might become relevant." Lestrade, who'd been quiet during this brotherly exchange, leaned forward with renewed interest. "So this Mr. Pemberton came to call on you yesterday afternoon, Mr. Holmes? Did he have a case he wanted you to investigate?" "He tried to," Mrs. Hudson clarified. "Poor man stood at your door for a good minute, I'd say. I was coming up the stairs with the afternoon post when I saw him there. He'd raised his hand to knock, but then he just stood there, frozen-like. After a bit, he set down his umbrella. I suppose his arm got tired from holding it. And then he heard me on the stairs and panicked. Went rushing past me back upstairs like the devil himself was chasing him. The image was so vivid, so painfully human in its awkwardness, that Watson felt a surge of sympathy for the unseen Mr. Pemberton. He knew something about nervousness, about the paralysis that could grip a person when faced with intimidating circumstances. His own first meeting with Holmes years ago had been marked by a certain trepidation, a sense that he was entering into association with a force of nature that might sweep him into situations he wasn't entirely prepared for. And the umbrella remained, Holmes said, looking at the object in question with new eyes. It was no longer a mystery to be solved, but a monument to human hesitation, a physical reminder that even the simplest actions, knocking on a door, asking for help, could become insurmountable obstacles when fear and uncertainty intervened. "I meant to bring it up to him," Mrs. Hudson continued. "But then you noticed it, Mr. Holmes, and you got that look you get when something's caught your interest, and I thought to myself, well, let's see where this goes. You do enjoy your little mysteries, and it seemed harmless enough." "Harmless," Holmes echoed, though whether he was offended or amused was difficult to determine. "You've let us spend 2 hours constructing theories about a man who lives directly above us." "Educational hours, I'm sure," Mrs. Hudson said sweetly, "and you did seem to be enjoying yourselves. Besides, you've now deduced quite a bit about Mr. Pemberton without ever having properly met him. That's rather impressive in its way." Mycroft chuckled, a sound like distant thunder rolling across comfortable hills. "She has a point, Sherlock. Your portrait of the umbrella's owner was remarkably accurate, even if you failed to recognise him as your neighbour. Middle-aged professional, Pemberton is 42, I believe. Clergy or similar profession, he's actually a curator at the British Museum, which involves similar habits of contemplation and composition. The physical uncertainty from an old injury. He was in a railway accident several years ago, still walks with a slight limp when the weather's damp." "How do you know all this?" Watson asked, genuinely curious. "Do you know everyone in London?" "Only the interesting ones," Mycroft replied, "and those whose work intersects with governmental interests. The British Museum falls into that category. Pemberton's a specialist in medieval manuscripts, if I recall correctly. Quite respected in his field, though rather shy in person." "A curator," Holmes said, his mind visibly shifting gears, reassessing all his earlier deductions in light of this new information. "That explains the writing patterns on the umbrella handle. Museum work involves considerable writing, catalogue entries, research notes, correspondence with other institutions, and the contemplative pacing. Yes, I can see it now. A scholar rather than a clergyman, but the fundamental personality type is similar." The fire had burned down again to coals, and Watson rose to add another piece of coal, watching it catch and flare, sending new shadows dancing across the wallpaper. The afternoon had progressed toward evening while they'd been talking, and outside the windows the street lamps were being lit, their gaslight adding warm points of gold to the general grey gloom of the rainy London street. "So the question becomes," Lestrade said, always the policeman even in the midst of comedy, "why did Mr. Pemberton want to consult you, Mr. Holmes, and why was he too nervous to actually knock?" "The second question is easier than the first," Watson observed. "You're rather intimidating, Holmes, whatever you might think. The reputation you've built, the cases you've solved, for someone who's naturally shy, approaching you would be like approaching, I don't know, the Queen herself. The idea is more daunting than the reality." "I'm nothing like the Queen," Holmes protested. "You're both rather imperious," Mycroft murmured, just loud enough to be heard, and Watson had to cough to cover his laugh. "As for why he wanted to consult me," Holmes continued, ignoring his brother, "that remains a genuine mystery. Mrs. Hudson, did Mr. Pemberton give any indication of what brought him to my door?" Mrs. Hudson shook her head. "Not a word. As I said, he fled the moment he heard me on the stairs. But he's been acting peculiar these past few days, if I'm honest. More withdrawn than usual. Barely touches the meals I bring up. Paces his rooms at night. I can hear the floorboards creaking overhead when I'm settling in for sleep." "Troubled, then," Watson said. "Something's weighing on his mind. Something significant enough to drive him to seek help from a consulting detective, despite his natural reluctance to do so." The room fell into thoughtful silence again, but this time it was a different quality of silence. Not the puzzlement of unsolved mystery, but the consideration of human distress. Mr. Pemberton had transformed from an abstract puzzle into a real person, someone living in the rooms above them with real troubles and real fears, someone who'd stood at their door yesterday afternoon with his hand raised to knock, unable to cross that final threshold between need and asking. "We should return the umbrella," Watson said quietly, "and perhaps offer our help if he still needs it." "Indeed," Holmes agreed, rising from his chair with a decision. He crossed to the umbrella, lifting it with considerably more care than he'd shown earlier, as if it had become something more than evidence, something more like a trust. Though approaching him requires delicacy, If he's too nervous to knock on a door, he'll hardly appreciate being confronted in his own rooms. Leave it outside his door with a note, Mycroft suggested. Something brief and unthreatening. Let him know that should he require consultation, you're available. Put the choice back in his hands. It was, Watson reflected, surprisingly sensitive advice from Mycroft, who generally operated on scales too large to concern himself with individual human nervousness. But perhaps that was precisely why he understood it. When you spent your days thinking about nations and policies, the small personal fears that paralyzed individuals became more visible by contrast, like seeing stars only when you looked away from the sun. What sort of trouble could a museum curator be in? Lestrade wondered aloud. Professional jealousy, academic disputes. Those scholarly types can be surprisingly vicious when it comes to attribution and discoveries. Could be anything, Holmes said. Theft from the museum collections, forgery, someone threatened him, a mysterious artifact that's come into his possession. The possibilities are numerous, and speculation without data is pointless. Says the man who's been speculating for 2 hours, Mycroft observed dryly. That was different. That was a deduction based on physical evidence. That was guesswork dressed in fancy language, brother dear. Watson watched the familiar sparring with affection. The Holmes brothers had their own peculiar language of affection, one that outsiders might mistake for hostility, but which was actually a form of intellectual play, a way of sharpening their minds against each other, the way a swordsman might practice against a worthy opponent. The rain had intensified again, turning from steady drumming to something more aggressive, hurling itself against the windows with renewed determination. London in October was prone to these shifts, these moments when the weather remembered it was English, and therefore obligated to be dramatic about precipitation. The streets below would be rivers by now, the gutters overflowing, pedestrians huddling in doorways waiting for the worst to pass. I should be going, Lestrade said, rising and reaching for his still damp coat with a grimace of resignation. This has been, educational and amusing. Not often I get to watch the great Sherlock Holmes deduce his own neighbour. I'll dine out on this story for weeks. You'll do no such thing, Holmes said sharply. Oh, I absolutely will. Already planning how to tell it down at the Yard. There was Holmes, see, going on about mysterious visitors and clergy in crisis, and all along it was just the bloke from upstairs who forgot his brolly. Lestrade, don't worry, Mr. Holmes. I'll be respectful about it. Mostly respectful. Somewhat respectful. Lestrade grinned, donning his hat. Mrs. Hudson, thank you for the tea. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Mr. Mycroft, it is an honour to finally meet you. Inspector, Mycroft nodded. Do try to avoid the flooding in Suffolk. The Thames is rising and the streets near the bridges are impassable. Sound advice, Lestrade said, and with a final wave he departed, his footsteps retreating down the stairs and eventually fading into the general symphony of rain and distant London traffic. Mycroft levered himself out of his chair with the careful deliberation of a man who'd long ago accepted that his body required certain concessions. I should also depart. Unlike some, I maintain a schedule, and I'm expected at the Diogenes Club for dinner. They serve an excellent roast on Thursdays, and I'm disinclined to miss it. Thank you for stopping by, Holmes said, and despite the earlier sparring there was genuine warmth in his voice. The brothers might needle each other endlessly, but there was also a deep and unspoken bond between them, the connection of two brilliant minds that understood each other in ways no one else could quite manage. Return the umbrella, Mycroft advised, pausing at the door, with a kind note. The poor man is clearly in distress, and whatever problem he's facing is serious enough to drive him to seek help despite his fear. That suggests something worth your attention, Sherlock. I intend to, Holmes assured him, and try not to be too intimidating when he does work up the courage to knock. Your default expression suggests you're perpetually disappointed in humanity's collective intelligence. I am perpetually disappointed in humanity's collective intelligence. Yes, but you needn't advertise it quite so obviously. Mycroft nodded to Watson and Mrs. Hudson. Dr. Mrs. Hudson, always a pleasure. And then he too was gone, his heavier footsteps and the tap of his walking stick marking his descent, leaving Holmes and Watson alone in the sitting room with Mrs. Hudson, who'd begun collecting the tea things with quiet efficiency. Well, Watson said after a moment, that was certainly an afternoon's entertainment. Holmes stood by the umbrella, one hand resting lightly on its handle, his expression thoughtful. A wasted afternoon, you mean? 2 hours of deduction leading nowhere. Not nowhere, Watson corrected gently. You learned quite a bit about Mr. Pemberton. And you learned something about yourself too, that perhaps you should pay more attention to the world immediately around you, not just the cases that come knocking at your door. Philosophy from Watson, Holmes said, but he was smiling slightly. Next you'll be suggesting I take up meditation. I'm suggesting you show some kindness to a nervous neighbour. Write your note. Return the umbrella. And when Mr. Pemberton does eventually find the courage to knock, and he will, Holmes, because whatever's troubling him isn't going away, try to be gentle about it. Holmes looked at his friend for a long moment, and something in his expression softened. You're right, of course. As you generally are about matters of human feeling, I'll compose something appropriate. Mrs. Hudson, who'd been listening to this exchange while tidying, paused on her way to the door with the tea tray. He's a good man, Mr. Pemberton. Quiet but kind. Always thanks me for the smallest services, the sort who apologises to furniture when he bumps into it. Whatever trouble he's in, it's not of his own making, I'd wager. Someone's done something to him, or put him in an impossible position. Then we'll help him, Holmes said simply, once he asks us to. Mrs. Hudson nodded, satisfied, and departed with the tea things, leaving Holmes and Watson in the gathering darkness of the October evening, the fire burning low, the rain continuing its endless commentary outside the windows. Watson watched as Holmes crossed to his desk, taking out paper and pen, beginning to compose the note that would accompany the returned umbrella. The detective's hand moved across the paper with surprising care, crossing out lines, starting again, clearly weighing each word for its potential impact on a sensitive reader. It was, Watson reflected, one of the things that made Holmes extraordinary. Not just the brilliant deductions or the remarkable observations, but these moments of unexpected kindness, the care he took with those who were vulnerable or afraid. For all his professed indifference to sentiment, Holmes understood human fear intimately, understood what it took for someone to ask for help, and he honoured that courage in his own particular way. Outside, London continued its rainy evening. Somewhere overhead, Mr. Pemberton paced his rooms, unaware that his umbrella had been the subject of elaborate theories, and that help, when he was ready to accept it, waited just one floor below. The evening had settled over Baker Street with that particular weight that October evenings possessed, when the early darkness seemed less a natural progression of hours than a deliberate drawing of curtains, the city tucking itself in against the damp and cold. The rain had finally begun to ease, transitioning from its aggressive assault to something gentler, a soft patter that seemed almost apologetic after hours of relentless drumming. The street lamps cast their amber glow through the mist that was rising from the wet pavements, turning Baker Street into something from a watercolour painting, all soft edges and atmospheric suggestion. Holmes sat at his desk, surrounded by crumpled attempts at the perfect note, each one discarded for being too formal, too casual, too presumptuous, or too cold. Watson had never seen his friend struggle so visibly with prose. Holmes could dash off monographs on tobacco ash or the variations in newspaper typeface without apparent effort. But composing a simple note to a nervous neighbour had reduced him to the sort of editorial paralysis that might afflict a poet attempting his first sonnet. Perhaps, Watson suggested from his chair by the now diminished fire, you're overthinking this. A simple message expressing your availability would suffice. Mr. Pemberton doesn't require poetry, just assurance. It's the tone that's difficult, Holmes muttered, staring at his latest attempt with evident dissatisfaction. Too friendly suggests I'm mocking him. Too formal suggests I'm annoyed by his intrusion. Too brief seems dismissive. The man stood at our door for a full minute, unable to knock Watson. He's clearly dealing with significant anxiety. The wrong word could silence him permanently. It was a remarkable admission from someone who generally approached human interaction with the same analytical precision he brought to crime scenes, cataloguing behaviours and deducing motivations without much consideration for the emotional weight his observations might carry. But here was Holmes, trying to extend genuine kindness to someone he'd never properly met, struggling with the gap between brilliant deduction and simple human connection. Watson rose and crossed to the desk, reading over Holmes's shoulder at the current draft. The handwriting was Holmes's characteristic precise script, each letter formed with the careful attention of someone who understood that handwriting itself was evidence, that it revealed character and mood and 1,000 tiny details about the person holding the pen. "Dear Mr. Pemberton," Watson read aloud, "I understand you called yesterday, and inadvertently left your umbrella at my door. I have taken the liberty of examining it in some detail. Please forgive the intrusion, and noted several interesting characteristics that speak well of its owner's character. Should you find yourself in need of consultation on any matter, please know that my door is open at your convenience. No appointment is necessary, and no problem is too small to warrant attention. Your neighbour, Sherlock Holmes. Watson considered the words carefully. It's good, Holmes, respectful, warm without being cloying, and you've cleverly let him know you've been thinking about him without making it seem like an invasion of privacy. I think it strikes the right balance. Holmes looked uncertain, an expression Watson had seen perhaps a handful of times in all their years of acquaintance. You don't think the bit about examining the umbrella sounds accusatory? As if I'm criticising him for leaving it behind? Not at all. It sounds curious, which is exactly what you are. And by mentioning that your observations speak well of his character, you're offering reassurance rather than judgment. Any man would be flattered to know that Sherlock Holmes had taken such interest in him, even if the attention was focused on his umbrella. Flattery, Holmes said with slight distaste. I'm attempting honesty, not manipulation. Sometimes they're the same thing. If you genuinely found his umbrella interesting, and you clearly did, then saying so is both honest and flattering. Take the compliment at face value, Holmes. Not everything requires deeper analysis. Holmes sighed but nodded, taking up a fresh sheet of paper to create a clean, final copy. His pen moved with renewed confidence now, the words flowing in smooth, dark lines across the cream-coloured paper. Watson returned to his chair, satisfied that he'd helped navigate what was, for Holmes, genuinely difficult territory, the expression of uncomplicated kindness. The sitting room had taken on that quality of comfortable enclosure that came with evening, when the world outside receded and the space within became its own small universe. The fire glowed softly, no longer crackling but radiating steady warmth. The scattered newspapers from earlier had been tidied away by Mrs. Hudson during her tea service, and the room possessed a tidiness that would last perhaps until morning, when Holmes would inevitably scatter it again with the detritus of his various investigations and experiments. Watson found his thoughts turning to Mr. Pemberton, trying to construct a mental image of this man who lived above them, who'd been a silent presence for 3 months. A curator at the British Museum, Mycroft had said. 42 years old, shy, scholarly, still dealing with the physical and perhaps emotional aftermath of a railway accident. It was a portrait that invited sympathy, a man whose life had been interrupted by trauma, who'd rebuilt himself into a quiet existence, focused on medieval manuscripts and the dusty corridors of one of the world's great repositories of human knowledge. What could have driven such a man to seek out Sherlock Holmes? The museum world, Watson supposed, had its own dramas, questions of authenticity, disputes over attribution, the occasional theft or forgery. But those were professional matters, the sorts of things that would be handled through official channels, museum security, perhaps Scotland Yard if it rose to the level of actual crime. For Pemberton to come to Holmes directly, to stand at the door of 221B Baker Street with his hand raised to knock, suggested something more personal, more frightening, something that existed outside the normal channels of institutional response. Finished, Holmes announced, rising from the desk with the completed note in hand. He read it through one final time, lips moving slightly as he checked each word, then nodded with satisfaction. This will do. Now, how to deliver it? I should think that's obvious, Watson said. Place the umbrella outside his door with the note attached. He'll find it whenever he next emerges from his rooms. Too impersonal. He might not emerge until tomorrow. If he's as distressed as Mrs. Hudson suggests, he could be avoiding all human contact. Holmes paced to the window, looking out at the rain-washed street. No, I think a direct approach is better. A knock at his door, a brief introduction, the return of his property with the note. Quick, personal, giving him the opportunity to respond immediately if he chooses, or to retreat back into his rooms if he's not ready. You're going to knock on his door? Watson said, slightly surprised. Holmes, the man fled at the sound of Mrs. Hudson on the stairs. You appearing at his threshold might send him into absolute panic. Which is why you're coming with me, Holmes said, turning from the window with determination. You're considerably less intimidating than I am, apparently. Your presence will soften the encounter, make it more approachable. Watson considered protesting that his medical practice required his attention, but the truth was that his afternoon appointments had been light, and his evening was free. Moreover, he found himself genuinely curious about Mr. Pemberton, invested in this small human drama playing out in their own building. And Holmes was right. Watson had always been better at the human element of their work, at putting frightened witnesses at ease, at coaxing information from those who were too nervous to speak freely. Very well, Watson agreed, rising from his chair and reaching for his jacket. But let me take the lead on the actual introduction. You have a tendency to lead with observations that can be unsettling. Good evening. I've deduced that you're left-handed, suffer from insomnia, and recently received distressing news from Norfolk is not the best opening gambit for a nervous neighbour. I would never be so tactless, Holmes protested. You absolutely would. You did exactly that to the Archbishop of Canterbury last month, and the poor man nearly fainted. He was being evasive about the stolen communion plate. Sometimes shock is necessary to break through false decorum. Mr. Pemberton isn't being evasive, he's scared. There's a difference, and it requires a different approach entirely. Holmes had the grace to look slightly abashed. Point taken, you'll handle the pleasantries. I'll simply return the umbrella and offer the note. They prepared for their journey of approximately 15 feet and 1 flight of stairs, with the same care they might have applied to a more distant investigation. Holmes folded the note carefully, tucking it into the umbrella's handle where Pemberton would be certain to find it. Watson smoothed his jacket and checked his appearance in the small mirror by the door, aware that for a nervous man, even small details might matter. A neat appearance suggesting reliability and respectability, the sorts of qualities that might make seeking help feel less daunting. The corridor outside their sitting room was dimly lit, a single gas lamp providing just enough illumination to navigate by. The building itself was old, built during the reign of George III when London was still wrestling with its expansion from medieval city to imperial capital. The walls held the accumulated silence of decades, and the floorboards creaked with the particular voices of aged wood settling into its permanent shapes. The stairs up to Pemberton's rooms were narrower than those leading down to the street, an architectural quirk that suggested these upper floors had originally been servants' quarters, spaces not meant for the grand comings and goings of the building's more prestigious lodgers. Watson led the way, his medical training giving him a steady, unhurried pace that he hoped would convey calm capability rather than urgent intrusion. Pemberton's door was identical to their own, dark wood, slightly worn, with a brass number plate that read 3 in elegant script. A thin line of light showed beneath the door, suggesting their neighbour was indeed at home, probably seated in his own version of the sitting room below, perhaps reading by lamplight, perhaps simply staring into his own fire and wrestling with whatever problem had driven him to seek help. Watson knocked, not too loud, not too soft, the sort of knock that announced presence without demanding immediate response. They waited in the narrow corridor, and Watson became aware of how this must look from Pemberton's perspective. 2 men standing outside his door in the evening, one of them the famous consulting detective whose reputation must loom large in the imagination of someone who'd already found themselves unable to knock on that same detective's door. For a long moment, nothing happened. Watson was about to knock again when they heard movement from within, footsteps approaching, then pausing, then approaching again more slowly. The hesitation was palpable even through the wood, and Watson felt a surge of sympathy for whoever was on the other side of that door, clearly waging an internal battle between fear and curiosity. The door opened perhaps 6 inches, and a face appeared in the gap. A thin face, pale, with anxious eyes magnified slightly by wire-rimmed spectacles. The man who must be Mr. Pemberton looked to be in his early 40s, as Mycroft had indicated, with sandy hair going grey at the temples, and the sort of indoor pallor that suggested someone who spent most of their time among books and artefacts, rather than in London's smoky sunshine. "Mr. Pemberton," Watson said gently, employing his best bedside manner, the tone he used with nervous patience. "I do apologise for the intrusion. I'm Dr. John Watson, and this is my friend and colleague, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. We live in the rooms below yours." Pemberton's eyes, already wide with anxiety, grew wider still at the name. He swallowed visibly, and Watson could see his hand gripping the door's edge with whitened knuckles. "We've brought your umbrella," Watson continued quickly, before the man could retreat. "You left it at our door yesterday, and we wanted to return it to you. May we come in for just a moment? I promise we won't take much of your time." It was the mention of the umbrella that seemed to break through Pemberton's paralysis. His eyes flickered to the object in Holmes's hand, and some of the tension in his shoulders eased fractionally. "My umbrella," he said softly, his voice surprisingly refined, the accent of someone educated at one of the better universities. "Yes, I realized I'd lost it. I thought perhaps I'd left it at the museum." "You left it just outside our door," Holmes said, and Watson shot him a warning glance that clearly said, "Be gentle." Holmes modulated his tone accordingly, adding, "We understand you were calling on us. We're very glad to have the opportunity to return your property in person." Pemberton hesitated for another long moment, and Watson could almost see the calculations running behind those anxious eyes, the fear warring with whatever desperate need had brought him to their door in the first place. Finally, need must have won because he stepped back and opened the door wider. "Please," he said quietly, "come in. I apologize for the state of things. I wasn't expecting visitors." The rooms were a mirror image of 221B's layout, but transformed by their occupant's personality into something quite different. Where Holmes's sitting room was characterized by organized chaos and the paraphernalia of investigation, Pemberton's was a scholar's retreat, walls lined floor to ceiling with bookshelves, every shelf packed with volumes in various states of age and repair. Medieval manuscripts, Watson noted, bound in leather and vellum, their spines marked with Latin titles and cryptic cataloguing numbers. A large desk dominated one corner, covered with papers and what appeared to be photographic reproductions of illuminated manuscripts, along with magnifying glasses, reference books, and the tools of scholarly research. The room smelled of old paper and lamp oil, and that particular mustiness that came from spending one's days among ancient things. A fire burned in the grate, smaller than theirs downstairs but providing adequate warmth. The furniture was sparse but of good quality. A single armchair positioned for reading, a small dining, table with one chair, everything arranged with the careful precision of someone who lived alone and liked things just so. What struck Watson most forcefully was the atmosphere of isolation. This was a room designed for solitude, for a life lived primarily in one's own head and in the company of books rather than people. There were no personal photographs, no mementos suggesting friends or family, no signs of the small social connections that most people accumulated like barnacles simply through the process of living. Pemberton stood in the centre of his sitting room looking thoroughly uncomfortable, as if entertaining visitors was a skill he'd lost through disuse. His hands moved nervously, clasping and unclasping, and Watson noticed the ink stains on his fingers, the calluses that came from holding pens for hours at a stretch. "Please," Pemberton said again, gesturing vaguely toward the armchair, and then seeming to realize that one chair was insufficient for 3 people. "I'm sorry, I should fetch more chairs from the bedroom." "That won't be necessary," Holmes said, stepping forward to offer the umbrella. "We won't intrude on your evening for long. We simply wanted to return this and to give you something." He withdrew the folded note from where he'd tucked it into the umbrella's handle, offering both to Pemberton with a gesture that was, for Holmes, remarkably gentle. Pemberton took them with trembling hands, setting the umbrella aside immediately but holding the note as if it might explode. "You needn't read it now," Watson said kindly. "It's simply to let you know that if you ever need to call on Mr. Holmes for any reason, you're more than welcome. No appointment necessary. And please don't feel embarrassed about yesterday. We all have moments when nervousness gets the better of us." Pemberton looked up from the note, his eyes moving between Watson and Holmes with an expression that suggested he was on the verge of either fleeing or breaking down entirely. For a moment, Watson thought he might do both. Simply bolt from his own sitting room and leave them standing there among his books and manuscripts. But then something shifted in Pemberton's face, some internal decision being made. His shoulders straightened slightly, and though his voice remained barely above a whisper, there was determination beneath the fear. "I did come to seek your help, Mr. Holmes," he said. "Yesterday, and the day before that, and 3 times last week. I stood at your door each time, but I couldn't seem to make myself knock. It feels so foolish saying it aloud." "Not foolish at all," Holmes said, his tone surprisingly warm. "Whatever has brought you to seek consultation is clearly weighing heavily on you. That's not foolishness. That's a perfectly rational response to a difficult situation." "It is difficult," Pemberton admitted, and Watson saw his hands tighten on the note. I hardly know how to explain it. It sounds mad when I think about it in my own head. Speaking it aloud to someone else, especially to someone of your reputation, Mr. Holmes. I kept thinking you'd dismiss me as delusional, or attention-seeking, or simply stupid. I can assure you I would do none of those things, Holmes said. I've investigated cases that would sound mad to any reasonable person, and many of them turned out to be entirely real. Why don't you tell us what's troubling you, Mr. Pemberton? Here, in your own rooms, where you're comfortable. No need to come downstairs. No need for formality. Just three neighbours having a conversation. It was perhaps the most diplomatic Watson had ever heard Holmes be, and he felt a surge of affection for his friend. For all his professed indifference to human emotion, Holmes understood exactly what this moment required. Patience, gentleness, the creation of a space where a frightened man might find the courage to speak. Pemberton moved to his desk, setting down the note with careful precision, as if its placement mattered. He stood there for a moment with his back to them, and Watson could see his shoulders rising and falling with deep breaths, gathering courage. I work at the British Museum, Pemberton began, still facing the desk, in the Department of Manuscripts, medieval texts, primarily English and French, dating from the 9th through the 15th centuries. It's been my life's work. I find it comforting somehow. The past is stable, unchanging. You can study it, understand it, and it doesn't talk back or judge you. A reasonable preference, Holmes observed. Continue. 3 weeks ago, a collection was donated to the museum, the estate of Lord Ashford, who died without heirs last spring. His family had accumulated quite a library over the centuries. Nothing spectacular, but solid pieces, some interesting minor works. I was assigned to catalogue them, assess their condition, determine which should be added to the museum's permanent collection and which might be sold to fund acquisitions elsewhere. Pemberton turned to face them now, his hands gripping the edge of the desk behind him, as if it were anchoring him. Among the collection was a manuscript I'd never seen reference in any scholarly work. A bound volume, approximately 8 inches by 6, vellum pages, dating from approximately 1310 if the paleography is accurate. The text is in Middle English, but the content... He paused, swallowing hard. The content is extraordinary. Watson found himself leaning forward with interest. Here was the substance of whatever had been troubling their neighbour, emerging at last from beneath layers of anxiety. What sort of content? Holmes asked, his voice carefully neutral. A confession, Pemberton said quietly, written by someone who claimed to have committed a murder. Not just any murder, but a murder at Westminster Abbey in 1310, during the coronation of King Edward II. The manuscript describes in careful detail how the author poisoned a rival courtier, made it look like natural death, and escaped suspicion entirely. It's written as a deathbed confession, meant to clear the author's conscience before facing divine judgment. Remarkable, Holmes said. But surely historical confessions of crime aren't unusual. Medieval manuscripts are full of accounts of violence and intrigue. You don't understand, Pemberton said, and for the first time real animation entered his voice, the passion of a scholar discussing his area of expertise. This isn't a historical account or a moral fable. This is a contemporary confession, written shortly after the events it describes, with details that could only be known to someone who was actually present. The manuscript names names, describes specific locations within the abbey, includes details about the coronation ceremony that match historical records exactly. And the method of poisoning it describes... I researched it. It's botanically and medically plausible. This isn't fiction, Mr. Holmes, this is real. Watson exchanged glances with Holmes, and he could see the same thought forming in his friend's mind that was forming in his own. Here was a genuine mystery, something with substance and weight, worthy of investigation. That's certainly intriguing, Holmes said carefully. But I'm not clear on why it's caused you such distress, Mr. Pemberton. A historical murder, even a royal one, is hardly a present danger. Pemberton's face had gone very pale. Because of what happened after I found it, he said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. 2 days after I logged the manuscript into the museum's catalogue, someone broke into my office. Nothing was stolen. Not the other manuscripts, not the valuable items, not even the petty cash I keep in my desk drawer. But that manuscript, the confession, was gone. And Mr. Holmes... He paused, and Watson could see genuine fear in his eyes now. Whoever took it left me a note, written in Middle English, in handwriting that matched the original manuscript exactly. It said, "Some secrets should remain buried. Speak of this to no one, or join the author in his grave." The silence that followed this revelation was profound. Even the fire seemed to hold its breath, and outside the rain had stopped entirely, leaving only the distant sounds of London settling into night. "I see," Holmes said quietly, and Watson recognised that tone. It was the voice Holmes used when a case had just become genuinely interesting, when the puzzle pieces had arranged themselves into a pattern that demanded investigation. "Mr. Pemberton, I think you'd better tell us everything from the beginning, and this time leave nothing out." The rain had stopped entirely now, leaving Baker Street washed clean and glistening under the gaslights, the city holding its breath in that peculiar stillness that followed storms. In the rooms above 221B, 3 men sat in a scholar's sanctuary, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of centuries, while discussing a mystery that bridged past and present in ways that seemed almost supernatural, though Holmes would never admit to anything so unscientific as the supernatural. Pemberton had regained some of his composure after his revelation, though his hands still trembled slightly as he moved about his sitting room, gathering papers and documents to show his unexpected guests. Watson had taken the armchair at Pemberton's insistence, while Holmes remained standing, his tall frame positioned near the bookshelves where he could examine the titles while listening. That characteristic posture of divided attention that somehow allowed him to absorb more information than most people could manage with complete focus. "I should begin with Lord Ashford's collection itself," Pemberton said, spreading several sheets of paper across his desk. These appeared to be catalogue entries, written in a neat scholarly hand, each item numbered and described with bibliographic precision. The collection arrived at the museum on October 2nd, 43 manuscripts in total, ranging from the 10th through the 16th centuries. Nothing particularly rare, mostly books of hours, devotional texts, a few medical treatises, some minor historical chronicles. The sort of collection that suggests generations of educated but not scholarly owners, people who valued books but didn't necessarily understand their significance. Watson watched Pemberton as he spoke, noting how the man's nervousness diminished when discussing his area of expertise. Here was someone who felt safer in the world of books and cataloguing than in the world of human interaction. A perfectly reasonable preference, Watson reflected, especially for someone who'd found themselves in the middle of something genuinely frightening. "The confession manuscript was in the middle of the collection," Pemberton continued, pointing to a particular entry. "Item 24. Initially, I thought it was just another devotional text. The binding was simple vellum, no decoration, the sort of thing that might have been a personal prayer book. But when I opened it—" He paused, reaching for another document. "Let me read you the first passage. I'd transcribed it before the manuscript was stolen." He lifted a sheet covered in careful handwriting, and Watson could see that Pemberton had reproduced not just the text but notes on paleography, linguistic analysis, and historical context. This was a man who approached his work with genuine scholarly rigour, someone whose opinion on medieval manuscripts could be trusted absolutely. "In the year of our Lord 1310, Pemberton read, "in the 43rd year of my life, I set down this confession with trembling hands and heavy heart. God witnesses my sin and judges me as he sees fit, for earthly justice has passed me by through my own cunning and the blindness of my fellow men. On the 25th day of February, during the coronation of King Edward, second of that name, I committed murder most foul within the sacred walls of Westminster Abbey. My victim was Sir Thomas Burnley, knight and counsellor to the king, my rival in matters both political and personal. The poison I employed was extracted from the berries of belladonna, mixed with wine and administered by a hand he trusted, mine own. He died within the hour, his passing attributed to apoplexy brought on by the excitement of the coronation festivities. No suspicion fell upon me then, nor has it since, but I can no longer bear the weight of this secret as death approaches, and the reckoning of my immortal soul draws near." The words hung in the air of the quiet room, and Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. There was something viscerally disturbing about hearing a medieval confession of murder read aloud in a modern London apartment, as if the past had reached forward across 6 centuries to touch them directly. Holmes had turned from his examination of the bookshelves, his full attention now fixed on Pemberton. "Fascinating," he said. and Watson recognised that particular note in his voice. Not pleasure exactly, but intense engagement. The sound of a mind locking onto a problem worthy of its considerable powers. You said the manuscript included details that matched historical records. What specifically? Pemberton set down the transcription and reached for another document. That's what convinced me this was genuine. You see, I looked into the coronation of Edward the Reed immediately after reading this passage. The date is correct, February 25th, 1310, and Sir Thomas Burnley was a real person. I found him referenced in several contemporary chronicles. He was indeed a knight and counsellor, and he did die during or shortly after the coronation festivities. The historical accounts attribute his death to apoplexy, exactly as the manuscript states. That could be coincidence, Watson suggested, though he didn't quite believe it himself. Or someone could have written this later, after the fact, using historical records to construct a plausible fiction. That was my first thought as well, Pemberton agreed, but the paleography argues against it. The handwriting, the language, the very structure of the sentences, they're all consistent with the early 14th century. I've spent 15 years studying medieval manuscripts, Dr. Watson. I can date a text to within 20 or 30 years based on handwriting alone. This manuscript is genuinely from 1310, or very close to it. And if it's contemporary with the events it describes, then it's almost certainly genuine, Holmes finished. A later forgery would have no reason to be so precise. Fiction can afford to be vague. It's the truth that requires specificity. He began pacing, a sure sign that his mind was working through possibilities at high speed. Tell me about the manuscript's physical characteristics. The vellum, the ink, the binding, everything you observed. Pemberton's eyes lit up with the enthusiasm of a scholar being asked to discuss the minute details of his craft. The vellum was good quality, but not exceptional, consistent with someone of minor nobility or upper gentry. The ink was iron gall, properly aged, with the characteristic brown-black colour and the slight corrosion of the vellum you'd expect from genuine medieval ink. The binding was contemporary with the text, simple but well executed. There were no anachronisms, nothing that suggested later intervention or forgery. And the handwriting, Holmes asked. Consistent throughout, Pemberton said. A trained hand, educated but not professional. The script suggested someone who wrote regularly but wasn't a professional scribe. The sort of handwriting you'd expect from a minor courtier or knight. Literate, practiced, but retaining certain personal idiosyncrasies. Watson listened to this exchange with growing fascination. This was Holmes at his best, asking exactly the right questions, building a foundation of knowledge from which deduction could proceed. And Pemberton, relieved to be discussing his expertise rather than his fears, had blossomed into an engaging and articulate informant. Now, Holmes said, stopping his pacing to face Pemberton directly, tell me about the break-in. Every detail, no matter how small. When did you discover it? What exactly did you find? Pemberton's animation dimmed slightly, the fear creeping back into his expression. It was 3 days ago, Monday morning. I arrived at the museum at my usual time, 8 o'clock. I work in the Department of Manuscripts, which is on the second floor of the East Wing. My office is at the end of a corridor, somewhat isolated from the main reading rooms. When I opened my door, he paused, swallowing hard. I knew immediately something was wrong. Papers on my desk had been moved. Not ransacked, you understand. Moved carefully, as if someone had been searching methodically through them. Was the door forced? Holmes asked. No, the lock showed no signs of damage. Whoever entered had a key or exceptional skill with locks. Continue. The manuscript was gone from the locked cabinet where I'd placed it. That cabinet contains the most valuable items awaiting cataloguing. It's kept locked specifically to prevent theft. But the lock was intact. The cabinet appeared undisturbed except that the manuscript was missing. Pemberton moved to his desk, opening a drawer to withdraw a small envelope. And this was left in its place. He handed the envelope to Holmes, who accepted it with the careful delicacy of someone handling evidence. Watson rose from his chair to look over Holmes's shoulder as his friend withdrew a single sheet of paper, aged and yellowed, covered in neat handwriting that looked authentically medieval even to Watson's untrained eye. The message was brief, written in what Watson assumed was Middle English, though he could make out only a few words. Holmes studied it intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Can you translate?" Watson asked Pemberton. "Some secrets should remain buried," Pemberton recited from memory. "Speak of this to no one, or join the author in his grave." The language is consistent with the original manuscript. Same period, same dialect of Middle English. And Dr. Watson, the handwriting? He gestured helplessly at the note in Holmes's hands. "It's identical. I've compared them side by side. The same letter formations, the same pen pressure, the same subtle characteristics that make handwriting unique. It's as if the same person who wrote the confession in 1310 wrote this note 3 days ago." The implication hung in the air, absurd and impossible, and yet somehow undeniable. Watson felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise, that primitive response to the uncanny that no amount of scientific training could entirely suppress. Holmes, however, looked merely thoughtful. "Not the same person," he said calmly. "That would be impossible. But someone with access to the original manuscript, someone with the skill to reproduce medieval handwriting precisely, and someone with a vested interest in keeping the confession secret. That narrows our field of suspects considerably." "You think this is a human agency, then?" Pemberton said, and Watson could hear the relief in his voice. "Not something supernatural?" "I have never in my career encountered a case that required supernatural explanation," Holmes said firmly. "Humans are capable of remarkable deeds, both brilliant and terrible, without requiring ghostly intervention. Someone living in London in 1890 stole your manuscript and left this note. Our task is to determine who and why and recover what was stolen." Watson watched Pemberton's shoulders relax slightly at Holmes's certainty. Here was the great advantage of having Sherlock Holmes involved in one's troubles. His absolute conviction that every mystery had a rational explanation, that the universe operated according to discoverable laws, and that human intellect was sufficient to uncover whatever truths lay hidden. "Did you report the theft to museum authorities?" Holmes asked, still examining the note with minute attention. No," Pemberton admitted. "The note said to speak to no one. I know it sounds cowardly, but I was frightened. I'm still frightened. Whoever did this knows where I work. They have keys to the museum, or the ability to pick locks. They're skilled enough to forge medieval handwriting perfectly, and they're willing to threaten murder to keep this secret. What sort of person does that suggest, Mr. Holmes?" "Someone with resources," Holmes said thoughtfully. "Someone with specialized knowledge. Medieval manuscripts aren't common expertise. Someone who either has a personal stake in keeping this 600-year-old confession buried, or is acting on behalf of someone who does." He looked up from the note. "Have you given any thought to why someone would care about a medieval murder? Even if the confession is genuine, everyone involved has been dead for centuries. What possible relevance could it have to someone living today?" This was the question Watson had been pondering as well. The theft made no sense on its surface. Historical documents were valuable to scholars and collectors, certainly, but a confession of murder wasn't the sort of thing that commanded high prices on the antiquities market. And the threat, that seemed wildly disproportionate to the crime of stealing a manuscript, no matter how interesting its contents. Pemberton had clearly been wrestling with the same question. "I've thought about little else for 3 days," he said. "The only explanation I can devise is that the confession implicates someone whose descendants still exist, still hold power or position. Perhaps revealing that their ancestor was a murderer would cause scandal or damage to a family's reputation. Possible," Holmes conceded, though one would think 6 centuries would be sufficient to blur such connections. Still, the British aristocracy does take its lineage seriously. If the manuscript named the author of the confession, and that name could be traced to a current family of significance, that might explain the theft. "That's the problem," Pemberton said. "The manuscript doesn't name the author. The confession is anonymous. It describes the crime, the victim, the method, but the author identifies himself only as a sinner seeking God's mercy. Without knowing who wrote it, how can we determine whose family might be threatened by its revelation?" Holmes's eyes narrowed. That look Watson knew well, the expression of a mind making connections that weren't yet visible to others. "Unless," Holmes said slowly, "the manuscript itself isn't the point. Unless what matters is something within the manuscript, some detail or revelation that we haven't yet identified." He turned to Pemberton with renewed intensity. "You said you'd transcribe the beginning of the confession? Did you transcribe all of it? Do you have a complete copy?" Pemberton's face fell. "No, I'd only transcribed the first page when the manuscript was stolen. I was working through it methodically, planning to complete a full transcription and translation before presenting my findings to the department head. The complete manuscript was perhaps 30 pages. I'd read through it once quickly, enough to understand the general content, but I hadn't made detailed notes beyond the opening passage. What else did it contain? Holmes pressed. Beyond the confession of murder, what other information was included? Pemberton moved back to his desk, shuffling through his papers as if hoping some forgotten note might contain the answer. The manuscript described the author's life, his service to various nobles, his travels to France and Scotland. There were details about court politics, about rivalries and alliances. Some of it was quite specific. Names, dates, locations. I remember thinking it would be invaluable to historians of the period if it could be authenticated. Names, Holmes repeated. Do you remember any names specifically? Besides Sir Thomas Burnley? Pemberton closed his eyes, clearly trying to recall details from a text he'd read once, weeks ago, while cataloguing dozens of other manuscripts. The Earl of Cornwall was mentioned several times. The manuscript's author claimed to have been in his service, and there was something about property, land that had been disputed. I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, I should have taken more careful notes, but I never imagined the manuscript would be stolen. Of course not, Holmes said, his tone reassuring despite his obvious frustration at the gaps in their knowledge. No one could have anticipated this, but the Earl of Cornwall is interesting. In 1310, that would have been Piers Gaveston, Edward VI's controversial favourite. He was executed 2 years later by rebellious barons who resented his influence over the king. Watson was constantly impressed by the breadth of Holmes's knowledge. Medieval history wasn't a subject they discussed regularly, yet here was his friend pulling relevant facts from memory as easily as most people recalled what they'd had for breakfast. There's one other thing, Pemberton said hesitantly. Something that seemed odd at the time, but I didn't think much of it until the manuscript was stolen. The author mentioned a specific location where he'd hidden something. Proof of my deeds, he called it. He wrote that he'd concealed evidence of the murder in a place where it would remain undisturbed until stone itself crumbles. I assumed it was metaphorical, the sort of dramatic language people use when contemplating their mortality. But what if it was literal? What if this 600-year-old murderer actually hid physical evidence somewhere? And what if that evidence still exists? Holmes had gone very still. That particular stillness that meant his mind was racing at tremendous speed, making connections, building theories, discarding impossibilities. Where? He asked quietly. Where did the manuscript say this evidence was hidden? Westminster Abbey, Pemberton said. Somewhere in Westminster Abbey. Where the king was crowned and my sin committed, there too lies the proof, waiting for judgment that never came. That's as specific as it got. But Mr. Holmes, Westminster Abbey is enormous. It's been renovated, rebuilt, and modified countless times over 6 centuries. Even if this evidence existed, even if it survived, how could anyone possibly find it? That, Holmes said with a slight smile, is an excellent question, and I suspect it's the question that drove someone to steal your manuscript and threaten your life. Not to prevent the confession from becoming public. As you noted, everyone involved is long dead and beyond scandal, but to prevent someone from using the manuscript as a map, a guide to finding physical evidence that might still have relevance today. Watson felt understanding dawn. You think the evidence isn't just historical, he said. You think it relates to something current, something that matters in 1890. I think, Holmes said carefully, that 600 years is a very long time for a secret to remain hidden. But property is persistent. Land ownership, especially around Westminster, has tremendous value. If the manuscript contains information about disputed property, about land that was illegally acquired through murder, and if that property still exists, still generates income, still supports some family's fortune. He let the implication hang. The current owners would have considerable motivation to prevent that information from becoming public. Pemberton finished, understanding illuminating his features. It wouldn't matter that the crime was committed in 1310. If the property was acquired through murder, if that could be proved, the legal claims might be challenged. Fortunes could be lost. Precisely, Holmes said, though that's still speculation until we know more. What we need is another copy of that manuscript, or failing that, to reconstruct as much of its contents as possible from your memory and research. He fixed Pemberton with an intense gaze. You said you read through the manuscript once before beginning your transcription. I need you to remember everything you can. Every name, every date, every location. It will be difficult, but I've found that memory responds well to systematic interrogation. Pemberton looked overwhelmed but determined. I'll try. I've been going over it in my mind constantly since the theft, but in fragments, not systematically. If you guide the questioning, Mr. Holmes, I'll do my best to recall the details. Good man, Holmes said, but not tonight. You're exhausted, and memory works better after resting. Watson and I will return tomorrow evening, and we'll conduct a proper interview then. In the meantime... He withdrew a card from his pocket, writing something on the back before handing it to Pemberton. This is the address of a colleague who specialises in document security. Go to him tomorrow and have him examine your office at the museum. I want to know exactly how the thief gained entry and whether they left any traces we can follow. Pemberton accepted the card with trembling hands. You'll help me then? You'll investigate this? My dear Mr. Pemberton, Holmes said with surprising warmth, you've brought me a 600-year-old murder, a stolen manuscript, a medieval ghost threatening modern violence, and a mystery that spans the entire history of Westminster Abbey. Of course I'll investigate. I wouldn't miss this for the world. The relief that flooded Pemberton's face was palpable. Thank you, he said quietly. Thank you both. I've been so frightened, so alone with this. I can't tell you what it means to have help, to have someone believe me. We believe you, Watson assured him, rising from the armchair, and we'll get to the bottom of this, I promise. But Holmes is right. You need rest. This has been weighing on you for days, and you'll serve the investigation better if you're thinking clearly. They made their way to the door, Pemberton following them with his umbrella still in hand. Forgotten again in the intensity of his story, Watson noticed with gentle amusement. At the threshold, Pemberton paused. Mr. Holmes, he said hesitantly, that note you left with the umbrella. You said my umbrella's characteristics spoke well of my character. What did you mean? Holmes smiled, that rare, genuine smile that transformed his usually severe features. I meant that you're someone who values things carefully made and carefully maintained. Someone who repairs rather than replaces, who preserves rather than discards. Those are scholarly virtues, Mr. Pemberton, and personal ones as well. They suggested to me that you were someone worth knowing, someone whose problems would be worth investigating. I wasn't wrong. Pemberton's eyes brightened with unexpected tears, and Watson felt his own throat tighten with emotion. It was so like Holmes, capable of the most cutting observations and the most unexpected kindness, often in the same breath. I'll see you tomorrow evening then, Pemberton said, and thank you for the umbrella, for the note, for everything. They descended the narrow stairs back to their own sitting room, the familiar 17 steps feeling different now, weighted with new knowledge and new purpose. When they were back in their own rooms, Watson poured them each a brandy while Holmes stood by the window, looking out at the rain-washed street with a distant expression. A remarkable case, Watson said, handing Holmes his glass. If even half of what Pemberton says is true, this is one of the most unusual investigations you've undertaken. All of what Pemberton says is true, Holmes replied. The question is what he doesn't know he knows, what details he observed but hasn't yet recognized as significant. We'll extract them tomorrow through systematic questioning. And then? Then we'll need to visit Westminster Abbey, Holmes said, turning from the window with his eyes bright with anticipation. We'll need to research land ownership records from 1310. We'll need to identify who might have both the motive and the means to commit this theft. And we'll need to do it all before whoever stole that manuscript decides that threats aren't sufficient and takes more permanent action against our nervous neighbour. Watson settled into his chair, savouring the brandy's warmth. Outside, London had settled into its nighttime rhythms, the city that never truly slept but merely dozed, waiting for morning to bring new dramas and new mysteries. Above them, Pemberton was presumably reading Holmes's note again, or trying to sleep, or perhaps pacing his rooms as he'd done for days, turning over memories of a manuscript that had brought medieval murder into their modern world. You know, Watson said thoughtfully, when I woke up this morning, I never imagined the day would involve deducing our upstairs neighbour from his umbrella and then getting drawn into a 600-year-old murder conspiracy. Holmes smiled into his brandy. That's the joy of Baker Street, Watson. You never know what puzzle the rain might wash up at your door. though I admit an umbrella leading to medieval murder is unusual even by our standards. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the fire burn down to embers, each lost in their own thoughts about manuscripts and murder, about secrets that spanned centuries, about a nervous curator who'd finally found the courage to knock, or rather, to let his umbrella do the knocking for him. The misplaced umbrella stood in the corner where Holmes had set it, no longer a mystery but a beginning, the thread that had drawn them into a story that reached back through time to touch them here, in Victorian London, on a rainy October evening when the past and present had found themselves unexpectedly intertwined. And somewhere in the city, someone who'd stolen a medieval confession and threatened modern murder was learning what Watson had learned years ago. When you brought your troubles to 221B Baker Street, whether you meant to or not, whether you knocked or simply left an umbrella, you'd set in motion forces that wouldn't rest until truth, no matter how old or how buried, was finally brought to light. That's our story for tonight. Maybe you're settling into the cool twilight of Reykjavik, the lantern-lit streets of Seoul, the desert hush of Marrakesh, or the starlit calm of Buenos Aires. If this moment brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more peaceful nights ahead. Let the quiet wrap around you. Let your dreams wander freely. Sleep softly now, wherever you are across this beautiful, boundless world.